Hey, Ninja Turn. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Hey, Ninjatron. Hey, Ipso. Hello, hello. Okay, let's get working. Hello, Sweep. Are you doing anything interesting with allocators in this project? I mean, I'm using normal allocators. I'm using GPA. I'm using the arena allocator sometimes. There's a virtual machine, scripty. So whenever you are writing a template and you have logic in your template, these scripts get evaluated, and the entire memory of this thing is it's an arena, and you're supposed to copy the final value if you want to keep it around for longer than the tiny virtual machine, the tiny interpreter required to run the script leaves, because otherwise everything is, there's no like reference counting for these values. So it's just an arena, and then you copy the value out at the end if you need it. So that kind of stuff, I guess. But I wouldn't know if this stuff qualifies as particularly interesting. It's not exactly, trivial, as in if you started doing Zig today, maybe some of this stuff would seem advanced, but like once you get into like used to it, it's normal. Okay, so here's what we want to do. What we want to do, so where we left off was that I changed evolve frames to stack, and I think ZLS didn't properly update everything. Maybe 50% on porting my site to Zine. Nice. Did you encounter any block here? Okay, we're back into panicking because we don't handle that thing. I asked for opinions in chat, and everybody was saying that the interrupt style things has more downsides than upsides. So I'm thinking of implementing this stuff with the other system that is probably also going to be easier. Let's see, mainly just that I leaned heavily into the Astro component model. Now breaking that apart is difficult. Nothing within, just a different line of thought. Yeah, makes sense. Also, right now we really don't have any fancy stuff when it comes to, you know, templating Markdown. And that's by the way something that I'm really thinking about. Like, how do you deal with, you know, short tags, liquid tags, whatever the fuck those things are supposed to be? And I think I have an answer. So here's an idea. It would be a change of direction compared to where we're going now with Zine, but I think it might be an interesting one. Normally, all these systems work like this. You have your Markdown content, and then you have your template. Your Markdown content first gets turned into HTML, and then it can get embedded into a layout. But then you want to add stuff programmatically to your Markdown. And then you end up with these weird Markdowns that are actually more code than Markdown. And then you need this, like, I don't know if I should call it another language, but it's definitely something. So, like, let's look at content index. Like, it gets so weird that I even have these things, slogan, flex row. Some of my shortcodes are actually they're like, it's fucking divs. I'm putting fucking divs in my Markdown. Now, to be fair, you know, you could say, well, this is you doing it wrong. Fine, but how do we put this in the Markdown, but then also have a sidebar without going insane? Look at this thing. Okay, so here's an idea. What if we didn't do this? What if instead you could do something like this? In a template, instead of only being able to do page.content and you plop the entire content into a div, you're instead able to do more. Something like page.content section. And like your content, basically we use like I don't know, headings like H2s or something as a way of actually H1s. We use top level sections. And then you can put them piece by piece in your in your template. So your template could say, this content goes in this div, this other content goes in this other div. I think that we need to have that. That would be really cool for the non-reusable layouts. Yeah, I agree. I think that even the, you know, anything that has even a smidge of structured content, like things that have to have, how can I say? Well, here's the thing: the content, it's legitimate to expect the content to have a certain structure, and I think that this might alleviate completely our need to have tags in the Markdown. Well, maybe that's an overstatement, but not completely. But it would alleviate that dramatically. Like, personally, I find Astro terrible in this sense because, man, people keep putting more logic into the Markdown, right? The whole point of having a Markdown in the first place is because you wanted to split off the content writing from the layouting and other concerns. But then you can't, you know, the system doesn't allow you to have all the flexibility that you need, and so you still need to pull and push from one side and the other. And I feel like that Astro basically is saying, well, it's not just Astro, right? Right, but every system that has MDX and or similar things is saying, well, you know what? Let's just completely give up on the idea that the Markdown is content, and now the Markdown is whatever the heck you want. Like it's just basically an excuse to not write HTML, and instead you write JSX. So instead, if we do this, I think things are going to be much better. Just got here, but when you add syntax highlighting, please make your HTML attribute names a different color than other attributes so they stand out, and add syntax highlighting for their values. Yeah, this is planned. Right now, these attributes don't have syntax highlighting, but, well, the special ones don't. They should gain that. But I also think I will need to change these. They will need to be $ prefixed, unfortunately. So the problem is that the key problem right now is loop. Loop, there is like for is taken. For is used by like labels. Loop I thought was free, but no, it's taken as well. Loop is a valid attribute inside of a video element. So I think we're gonna start to have to prefix special attributes. And at that point, we should have also syntax highlighting for that. Like an attribute name that starts with a $ should get highlighted differently. For now, we have syntax highlighting for extend, for super. And when you have a super element, the ID corresponding to its parent lights up. That's what we have for now. I really think that this markdown, break the markdown apart idea is a winner, honestly. But before we get there, we need to do attributes. So, okay, our idea right now is there's a build thing, and we want build assets to do things. So now build assets needs something special. So assets needs a underscore fetcher struct. Wait a second. No, this is assets. I want to do that in build. Build asset fetcher. Well, I mean, it's going to be build.fetcher, so we should be good. Okay, what's in a fetcher? Fetcher needs the asset index path. So asset index their path. And maybe we can make this optional and we set it to null by default. So it needs this, and then it needs a function that has to be provided as a field, though. Mm, actually, we can even make it unreachable. Function that takes a fetcher, a string, and returns an asset. Maybe we can give this as an example. F fetcher. Okay. So this is the fetcher. And when you call asset, we don't do the interrupt thing. We do fetcher instead. We return so we return b dot fetcher dot host function ref. Oh, you know what though? Let's make this return a value. So that the host has the ability to also return an error. And let's make this also return an error. No, I cannot return an error. No errors. Okay, so this set like this should work. Now, I think that if we do this now, we should hit that other unreachable. Let's see, after we build, we should hit an unreachable. Variable type context display must be const or comp time. Start requires comp time because of those things. Oh no. Fine. Do I need to take a pointer? Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Fair. What's different with Zine and Hugo? Quite a few things. So first one, in favor of Hugo, Zine is very new and incomplete. Hugo is a much more mature project. Difference number two, in favor of Zine, the Hugo templating language is not good. It's built on top of Go templates. Go templates have horrible syntax. I just don't like them. And I think they just suck. And so Zine has a completely different templating language that, in my opinion, is 10 times better. Last difference, which is, it's a 50-50. Hugo is a single executable, which is very nice in terms of portability and speed. Zine is it's a collection of tools that are orchestrated by the Zig build system. So to use Zine, you have to have Zig installed in your system. So Hugo doesn't have that dependency. Hugo doesn't have any dependency other than Hugo. So that's better for Hugo. But with Zine, you have the power of the Zig build system at your disposal. And so you can set up arbitrarily complex build pipelines. So it's not just building your website, but it's also maybe building things that need to be built before you can build your website. Like, for example, maybe testing all code snippets and saving the output so that you can put on your website the output from running a piece of code that isn't hard-coded by you in the content, but it's actually generated dynamically at every build because it gets copied actually from running the script for real, for example. If you want to build your viewership, I would suggest not streaming your channel when Prime is streaming. It's simple logic. Thank you for the suggestion, Banisher. I'll keep that in mind. Sometimes I see words separated by underscore, other times by dashes. One thing I was going to ask, would it be worthwhile to add a CLI to Zine or something like a Zine init bootstrap? I think that something like that would be worthwhile. I was investigating adding actually like a new command so that you could do a new piece of content, a new layout, but I haven't gotten around to doing it. So I think that would totally make sense to do. Is Zig faster than Go for these kind of purposes? Well, Zig is faster than Go, period. Yes, absolutely. But there's also a lot to gain by being a single executable and doing everything in memory versus using the file system. But at the same time, it's not like all that bad. So, I don't know. Let me see if I can show you something. So let me see if I can... you know what? I think the problem is that right now I have too many things that I'm playing with and that have regressed. Expected content build fetcher found context build. Oh yeah, that's wait, why is doing fetcher.hostfn not doing the magic thing? Oh, that is so disappointing, huh? Oh, wait. Okay, I think this should make our programming nicer. Programming nicer. What does Zig make faster? What does make Zig faster? It's a different kind of programming language. Zig, it doesn't have a runtime. Yeah, nice. We got into the failing handler. That's perfect. So now we just need to initialize this correctly. Zig is a lower level programming language. You have way more control over the machine than you do with Go, hands down. So you can do much faster programs. Ever tried NeoVim? Yes, but I found it that Helix clicked more easily for me. Would be cool to provide a Git repo as a template too. You mean like a template of an empty website? That's kind of what I'm doing with the official Zine website. The problem is that maintaining this stuff is hard. Like, I used to have a sample website before, but man, keeping that thing updated was hard. And since it's not a website that has to mean anything, then it's also hard to make it like interesting. While the official website, you kind of get these two things for free because you have to keep it up to date. You want to make it interesting. Don't hear more deal. Just got here. What is the asset system about? Built-time generated procedural content like multiple PNG sizes from an SVG? Yeah, that's one good example, yes. Basically, anything that you can turn into a lazy path into the Zig build system. So the result of running programs, the result of running other compilations, that kind of stuff. Use TinyVG to SVG in Zine? Maybe. Why not? These are all things that can be orchestrated through the build system. So like you don't even need to ask Zine for permission, like in the sense there's no integration is needed. Like just to put whatever pipeline you want, turn that thing into an asset, refer to the asset when you need it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. There might be maybe other things that would be nice to integrate more directly, but I guess we'll see once we get there. Okay, let's observe the programming error. Panic. Programming error. The host application forgot to set a build asset fetcher. Perfect. So now we need to go into Zine, into layout. So Zig being lower level, that's what makes Ghosty faster. That's part of it. That's also a lot of work that you have to do the smart thing. Like you have to also get your program right. It doesn't get automatically faster. A lower level programming language allows you to express more precisely algorithms. It allows you to express more efficient algorithms. Let's put it this way. But then it's up to you to find the right ones. So for example, Ghosty is faster because Mitchell put a ton of effort into making it faster. Because he looked into how to be super fast at decoding Unicode, for example. He has a devlog. Like if you search for Ghosty and Mitchell Hashimoto, Ghosty Hashimoto on Google, you will find his blog. and he explains a lot of the things that he did to get Ghosty to go faster. And so you have to work also. What that specifically is going to be accounted for this asset system of Zine. Okay, assets in Zine are going to work like this. I wrote some notes yesterday. So assets look like this. Step number one, there's going to be a static folder. Everything inside the static folder gets copied into the output destination verbatim. Maybe people don't even consider these things assets. Debatable, but in any case, these are like going to be copied verbatim into the destination. In Zine, you're going to be able to inspect programmatically what's in static. Then there's an assets folder. Those are files that are not expected to be copied directly into the output, but instead they are files that are used to are going to be used to maybe these are the things that, like, maybe these are the SVGs that get turned into PNGs, for example. That's what in Hugo, if you wanted to take an SVG and not embed it directly and instead turn it into a PNG first, then you would put it in assets, not in static, because static would place it directly into the output folder. And so basically assets are accessed programmatically through templates, for example, and you can, I don't know, transform their contents. Maybe it's a JSON file. You can read the JSON file and then operate on it as a data structure, not just as text. Then there's also in Zine build time assets. Build time assets are assets generated via the Zig build system. So you can see an example here. Here I have, it's super simplified, but I'm echoing banana. And then I'm capturing the standard out of running this command, which will net us, the beautiful word banana. But this is a silly example, but the idea is that you have something that can be arbitrarily complex, but at some point you turn it into a lazy path, and so then you can access it here. So what should go here? I don't know. Here should go stuff that requires running programs and build steps that make sense to have the Zig build system run. If you have assets like a JSON file, for example, then it shouldn't be a build time asset. It should be just a normal asset. You save the JSON file in there, and then you can access that file from your templates. While instead, if you're, I don't know, you have a 3D scene file, and then you want to generate a screenshot of what's in the 3D scene from a given angle, and you need to, spin up a program to obtain from your 3D scene description and get a screenshot from inside of it, then you would do that as a part of the build script. And so that would become a build time asset. And so you can put it in here. You can give it a name. Here I'm calling it foo, etc. And then there's one last thing, which are files placed next to a markdown file. So in your content, maybe you have, a directory called, posts/first post. And first post is a directory that contains an index.md and a bunch of files, images maybe. Those are complicated. And the rules are more nuanced. I'm not going to get into the details, but to make that thing work in an intuitive way, the rules have to be less clear than when it comes to other sources of assets. But that's kind of how assets are going to be in Zine. So there's like different kinds, multiple kinds, and the build stuff is just one part of it. I started with the build stuff because I feel like these guys are easier. Like static assets already work. You cannot query them yet from a scripty expression, but wearing that in shouldn't be too hard. Assets is a little bit more complicated. Build time assets is the most complicated one, so I started with that one. Okay, so here we create the context we set the content. Index.dir path was unused. Now it's time to use it. I would say let's put this initialization into a block where we are just initializing assets. And you know what? We can put content next to it. Okay, so how does the asset stuff work? The asset stuff works that we do ctx dot build dot underscore fetcher dot assets index their path equals assets index their path. What was it called? Asset index? No, what's it called? Index their path. Oh, right. This is the index their path. Well, about that. Okay. Index their path. And then we need to give it a function. So what's host function? You know what? As a simplification right now, do we have a logs? Yes, we have logging. So we can say log.debug fetcher was called. Well, it's a starting point. We can just return true, and that's fine. Wait a second. Yeah, no, we need fetcher because otherwise we cannot close over index their path as easily. Wait, why am I not initializing an entire fetcher here? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, for now this should be good. Let's see what happens. Oh my god, don't tell me that I didn't call it for assets. What did you call it? Assets. There we go. Nice. So we basically are now calling bytes on a boolean. We can actually fix this. So let's not call bytes on it anymore. Now this will actually correctly print. Are you using Zig 0.13? Yes, I am. Section. Oh, there's the weird section stuff that I added earlier that doesn't exist either. So fair. What's the next problem? Oh, yeah. So this is now complaining, saying, dude, I was expecting this to evaluate either to a string or a number, but instead evaluated to bool. What are we supposed to do about it? Which is fair. So, yeah, it's working. It's working, right? Right now, it's complaining about reasonable things. Oh man, this is gonna be such a joy. Yeah, I think that this was added at some point. I think in the beginning you needed the parentheses, but I don't know. In any case, it works. So we're making a ton of progress. Now we need to actually go fetch the resource, and we're good. Sooner than later, sooner than you know, we're gonna get a banana there inside that div. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then we can continue. We're so close already. Okay, I'm back. Let's make this happen. So, uh, it works. Oh, there's a stuck button. Are we good now? Okay. So build fetcher. Let's make it work now. What are we seeing actually? The log? I'm building in debug. Oh, but I'm not enabling that log scope. That's fair. Okay. So what do we do with the fetcher? We need to check if the thing exists or not. So I guess we go into this would be the one time that where we could actually close over things, but whatever. Let's make this something different. Std dot. We could even open this instead of dir path. This could very well be the dir itself. What if we did this? Nah, then giving it the full thing would be harder. It's fine for now. So we have an arena. Should it just open dir there? Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't really even want to open it. I want to like read file, look. Yeah, whatever. I should call this ref. Kind ref. Oh, that's it? I didn't really think this through. Huh? Okay, so we got this. We got this. We're not yet at the point. Now build was it bytes sucks. We're gonna need to fix also bytes, but at least we're now returning this more correctly. Let's see if we build. Yeah, almost. Okay, what's the problem now? Join expected type optional constituent found type info. Oh, we need to catch some more. We need to catch some of that stuff. Is there Oh, we have Missing start field path. Context 2, 3, 4. Built-ins for what? For assets. Oh, this one is right. Why is that thing optional? Yeah, that thing should not be optional now. Now that I think about it, there's no point in making it optional. Arena not accessible from inner function. Yeah, that's actually fair. And now that I think about it, we do need an allocator, so we need to be given one. So the signature is different. Fetcher, GPA, and ref. Panic, error reading asset file foo. Asset index file foo. Right. That is because I need to join index their path with assets, I think. Or build time. Build time, I think. We can try. I don't remember. We can read it in the build system afterwards. Error while opening asset index there. File not found. Okay, that wasn't it then. Index dir path, build time. We need to log what we're doing. Maybe the failure, well, we can also see if this thing actually happened. Well, turns out that something that should have happened did not actually happen, because we would need to have that there. Okay. What is it that you're building? Is it a kind of CMS? It's a static site generator. https://zine ssg.io. Check it out there. Okay, the problem right now seems that we are not invoking the executable that does this indexing correctly. So why are we not writing our asset index? You know what I think is happening? I think that these shenanigans here are not correct. So yeah, I'm realizing that I'm doing a bad job here in wiring in the dependencies. So let's look at where it returns an index step. So we need to return both step and index step. We need to give both to add all steps. Ooh. Hello. I don't have it on now, so I can hear you, but good news. The Vim changes for file types were merged in. Oh, nice. And looks like somebody has already added the changes into NeoVim. Whoo! So I believe the Mason ones are still open, but huh? Nice. Nice. Yep. So we're doing fine here. The problem is that now this is evaluated to an asset, so we need to call bytes on it. I mean, it's a bit ugly, but I don't know. We could just straight up open a directory here, and nobody would be able to stop us. Who's gonna stop you from deleting root, for example? Yeah. Yo, we built banana. We got banana, which means that we did the entire pipeline, start to finish. I go into my build script, well, the website's build script, and I change this to echo, I don't know, something else. I save, and actually should have already rebuilt. Maybe not. Oh no, it hasn't rebuilt because I haven't wired in proper dependency tracking. Actually, this might be a problem because right now this is not gonna. I don't think this is gonna redo the asset as it should. Yeah, we're still stuck to banana because we're not recognizing that we need to update things. Yeah, we need to make this happen. So here's how it works. Man, there's some more work to do. Oof, I'm so low energy. The problem is, we need to also add in the dependency tracking for the build system, and we weren't doing this. So in layout, well, it cannot be done in layout, man. We need one last thing, which is CTX, I think. Although we could really get away with all these things done through globals. Okay. Basically, we need to have access to the depth buff writer. When do we flash? When do we flash? Sorry, the depth writer. At the very end. Okay, that's nice. Can we do writer of any? I think we can, yeah. Okay, we need to do this. Okay, it's asset space. It's thing space. So we want to depend on the asset path. What else do we want to depend on? On the index entry? Do we want to depend on the index entry? I would say probably not. Well, probably yes. Okay, let's start with this and see if this makes any difference. So with this, we should pick up the new thingy. In theory, maybe not. Maybe we just don't. Okay, so we need to. Well, let's clear the cache. Start from scratch. Let's repro everything. Am I like dumb and I just forgot to like save the build script or something? No. We are definitely echoing something else now. How come this is still saying banana? I'm actually very surprised at what I'm seeing. Now this is saying something else. Okay, I think it's because we need to add another line here. So one is the asset path. The other one needs to be the other thing. So we're doing open there, but maybe we shouldn't do open there. We should. Oh no, we can actually do this. No, you don't rebuild like this. Okay, the problem is serve. Yeah, no field name depth writer. Okay, the problem it was serve all along. Serve was not making us rebuild anything. Also, why are these two different calls? They could very well be just one call. Okay, so now this says something else. Now we can do this. We can do build summary new. And the answer is that the only thing that apparently runs every single time is running index assets, which to be honest seems like fair. but then nothing else runs. What happens if we change this to something spooky? Now everything gets regenerated. Only once. Now it says something spooky. Yeah, okay. We did it. We actually did it. Okay. So yeah, this is kind of how it has to be. There's just a ton more work of this kind of needs to happen to implement every single possible thingy. I'm thinking that for assets, probably creating the asset should load the bytes every single time. Right off the bat. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Debatable. So this is how it needs to happen. I wonder if really putting a dependency on the asset path really makes a difference. Sorry, more likely the second one I'm curious about. I mean, it is an input file. Yeah, that it has to be there. Okay, no, I'm convinced now. It has to be there. I'm now convinced that it has to be there. Maybe let's do also size. I'm curious to add size as a built-in to an asset. So you can do bytes. Let's do size. Maybe size should be at the top. So if we want to know the size, we don't read it, right? We stat it. Stat directory. Stat file, let's see. Return the metadata for a file inside the directory. On Windows, this requires 3 syscalls. On other operating systems, it only takes 1. Symlinks are followed. Subpath may be absolute, in which case self is ignored. On Windows, subpath should be this, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Stat file only wants the subdir. Size. Expected type I64 from U64. $17. Sounds about right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, am I missing one? Is there like, oh, there's probably a null. Do they put a null at the end? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's only 16 bytes. Why does it say 17? Well, I guess the file size. I bet you there's an null byte at the end. Either that, or am I truncating wrong? No, that's not on me. I'm not creating that file, so it's not my. That's not on me. Okay, this is great. So we got this to work, the basics of this stuff to work. This is gonna be neat. And this can be changed from build time to just build, because I think it's gonna be clear enough. And now we have a strategy for implementing all of these things, like from start to finish. I would say that's pretty good. Okay, so here's I think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take maybe a short break. Decide on another small goal of this kind to pursue, and then I'm probably gonna close the stream. So I'm probably gonna do like, I don't know, 1 hour more, half an hour, 1 hour more, and then we see how it goes. But this is not bad. Although, let me think. 6 p.m. Huh? Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna take a short break, and I'll see you in a moment. Hey, no problem, X2. So it's pretty nice though that we succeeded. We got our something spooky to show up. Like, you know what? I'm gonna put this. Not this. I'm gonna put this up so that people can enjoy it. Let's not do dot size anymore. Let's do just the thing, bytes. We also need to rewire this dependency on server correctly, because server right now kind of sucks. Not bad, huh? Okay, I'm back. And I have a cup of truly evil coffee with me. Hopefully it gives me the kick that I need to be productive. Okay, so we have a proof of concept of build time assets. Let's refactor these to be build and not build time. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in Simulator. Oh, this is not good. Also, get assets is not a thing. Hmm. So, yeah, we still also need to improve this thing. But for now, I guess we can do this. Okay. So we have this. Will we build? No, there's still some build time assets stuff somewhere. Oh yeah, this thing. Of course. Okay. Now we kind of broke serve. That's another thing that I'm noticing. So, well, let's start serve. Then we change this. But this doesn't seem to be retriggering a build. And well, that's not good. Let's confirm this. Can I please click this goddamn link? Yeah, this still says something spooky. We can even kill this and rerun serve, This builds the build script again. And still says something spooky. So like running serve doesn't build the website, which is weird. Which is kind of weird. So let's diagnose a little bit what's going on with the server. Okay, do we have a log scope? Yeah, it's server. So let's start with this. Okay, what we want from server is to, I guess we want to see how it got invoked. So let's see them args. Can I do this? I don't think that what I'm doing is legit. It is. I'll take it. Serve path to the Zig executable -- root Zig out port 1990 input dir static, input dir layout, input dir content. I mean, these are kind of fair, honestly. I want a thing that calls Zig build. Oh, we have a rebuilding debug thing. Okay, what happens if I change? Oh, you know what's going on? Well, here's a blind spot. We don't detect changes to the build script. Like changing the build script doesn't make us rebuild the website. Maybe it's a bit debatable whether we should be able to detect that or not. Like, I think it would be fine if we didn't. But this doesn't change the fact that right now we still don't say something X. That's kind of bad. Let's see if we can reload stuff normally. So let's change something more normal, like the index file. I just wrote to layouts and nothing happened. Oh, now we do care. Oh, you know what's going on? There's another log line that we're not logging. I bet you that rebuilding has a different scope. Yeah, it's the fucking watcher scope. Yeah, look. Change, reload, change, reload, change, reload. Okay, so fine. Yep, sure. So we do detect those changes. So it seems that we haven't regressed really anything. Hmm. You know what? I think that the corner case of you change your build script. What should we do with the web server? We can leave that for another day. Because some changes are obviously good for us to pick up. Some others are like problematic and can probably have some weird side effects and behavior that is hard to understand for the user. So I think this is fine. I think this is actually fine. Okay. Then what do we do next? Next is do we prototype some of the other asset kinds? Maybe that's what we should do. You know what? Yeah, we could prototype some of the APIs inside of static asset. Also, I'm starting to think that maybe we should have a stat struct. What's in stat? No, there's probably stuff that we don't care about. So we might as well do that manually. What else could we do? Let's do a proof of concept for normal assets. So what we did just now, but just for normal assets. Or we restore what the other thing that we were doing. You know what? Let's do normal assets. That's gonna be interesting anyway. So let's imagine that now this website has assets. And so we go into the build script. And we configure that as well. I'll be right back. Okay, people ringing the wrong doorbell. Do. So we have assets their path. Also think that development server needs, oh man, there's so many things that need to be done to have this thing work nicely. Holy shit. Whew. Okay, this is an unrelated change, but I want to do it now. Depending on B get install step. Depend on b.get install step. Is this actually necessary? Project add install file. Right, the step depends on installing these things. Why do we keep editing? Oh my god. I should stop editing the build.zig from that place. God damn it. Okay. So assets their path. Assets their path. Build assets. Depending on website step should be fine enough, but we don't do this here. We do it only here. But I don't think we want this though. Fuck. Oh, name. So I guess what we care about the ID being top level, and we care about the name, right? So here's what we do. If server ops.website step.id different than .top level, right? Top underscore level. Yeah. Std dot print website step given to a development server needs to be a top level step because the server executable needs to be able to invoke it to rebuild the server on file change. Man, all these options past the server this way are like so annoying. I like my hardcore positional hard-coded logic. So I'm gonna undo this thing that Andrew originally made. So like root path is now hard-coded as the third argument or whatever, etc., etc. Port also hard-coded. Everything is gonna be fucking hard-coded. No exceptions. So port, serve, Zig executable. Actually, even serve. What is the alternative to serve? There is no alternative other than serve. So no point in passing in serve. Just straight up. Server executable, install path, port, input dirs. So passing those with a flag, probably not a bad idea, so that you can recognize them using the dash thing. But you know what? It's the only like variable length input, so we just leave it last. You just make sure to leave that at the very end. So add arg this, and then we pass the port. Actually, maybe install path should go right before the input dirs. Although separating it might not be a bad idea, so that it's clear that it's something different. You know what? I'll take it. The step name. What editor is he using? Am I allowed to answer? You're asking everybody except me. Can I answer? Or do you want somebody else to tell you? I can? Okay. I'm using Helix. And you know what? Maybe we should also pass a path to the build script. So this is the moment where, if we want to also listen on changes to the build script, this is the moment. But I would avoid doing that at this point. Okay, let's go fix the server executable. Usage, Zine serve, options. You know what? No usage, no help menu. Like either you know or you know. You either know or you know. Main. Blah, blah, blah. Server args get printed missing sub command argument. Well, I mean, there's only one option, isn't there? Honestly, at this point, we make this guy main. Man, look at all this logic. Look at all this logic. Watch it disappear. Poof. Also, where's the global GPA? Ah, whatever. Okay, you can keep it. Okay, we need to do things in the same order. So, assert that args.len is greater than what are the fixed ones? So 0 is going to be the name. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 have to be there. Well, I mean, there should be at least one of these guys also, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. So 4 have right. So like it would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, greater than 4. Okay. This import U16 is gonna be well, no, we start with the Zig executable. So Zig executable, boom. Then install path. B.install path, that's the output there. Root dir path. Then port. port. Then step name. Oh, that's new. Oh, you know also what we want to pass? Here's what we want to pass. We want to pass also if we are in debug mode or not, to put on debug mode or not. Can we do that? Yeah, I think we want to do that. Optimize mode. Default Zine options. We kind of lock this option in here, but it's like we don't have access to the debug thing. Okay, we just have to trust that it's going to be debug. So run server.add arg. Is it just optimize? I already forgot. Yeah, it's optimize. Yeah, we just put the optimize mode as a tag name. I think it's gonna be good enough. So then that means that this needs to be 5. Support. Oh, so it's gonna be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Debug. I guess we can do stdmem equal. Okay, so we have args up to 5, and then we have input dirs, and so we do 4 arg. I mean, this is an array list unmanaged of strings. We were building an array list of strings. That's exactly what args is already. God damn it. Input dirs is args 6 ... Ensure the path exists. Without this, any empty website that doesn't generate a Zig out will cause the server to error out. Just build a train simulator in Zig and Raylib. Nice. Raylib Zig by not Nick. So does this contain also like bindings? Because Raylib has its own build.zig file, right? Yeah. I guess I'm mostly interested in. You know what? I want to see what's in here. Now I'm curious. Okay, these are automatically generated bindings. Okay, cool. And this in turn depends on the original one, right? Yeah. Neat. Oof. It depends on specific commits. Well, fair. Yeah. I wanted to see what's the state of these things. Because I don't use this. I never use I don't use Raylib. Sorry. That makes it sound like I'm making an conscious choice of avoiding Raylib. No, I don't. I have never done GUI stuff yet, so I never used Raylib, and so I was wondering. So I'm not familiar with the state of the ecosystem, the Zig ecosystem, in that sense. So I was curious, and I also had a vague. I vaguely remembered that Raylib also had a build.zig file, but I wasn't 100% sure. And yeah, no, it works. So they have one. They keep it under source. Expose helper functions to users build.zig. Okay, so people are like making fancy stuff with it. Nice. Nice. This seems like all very healthy. Like the script is there. It seems to be doing useful stuff. One PR that adds something reasonable. Like everything seems pretty nice, honestly. Okay. Okay, sorry. I was really curious about all this stuff. How do you change? Can you go left and right somehow? Hmm, cool though. Nice. It ended in failure. Why did it end in failure? Error for the point of being failed was not allocated. Oh, like it's exit cleanup stuff. That's fine. Okay, so unable to open directory. To input dirs. Let's see, make path, root dir path, watcher, input dirs dot items. No, input dirs. Never mutated. That's a good point. But we need to pass more stuff. We need to pass input dirs. Then we need to pass down also debug and rebuild step name. On input change, Zig build, then the step name. What's it called? Website? Oh, I called it rebuild. I like website step name more. Website step name. And then we pass if debug. Oh, fuck. How do we conditionally add this? Okay, what happens if I pass an empty string now here? Time to test this stuff. Dash D debug, else nothing. Okay, let's make it rebuild. This is going to rebuild 3 fucking times. So clearly kind of needs some debouncing or something. But in any case, let's see the arguments. Yeah, build website debug. Let's see what the responsiveness looks like under debug. The answer is not great. What happening? This thing didn't. Okay, I think this thing didn't reload well. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is fine. So I think the server integration is better. Still a lot of work to do, but this is already much better than before. I like this. Okay. Next. So we want to make assets stuff work. Well, guess what? Assets becomes a new input there that we need to worry about. That's one thing. Ooh, you know, also here what's important. I8 in their path. Yeah, these guys also care about this one. I know this is out of topic, feel free to ignore it. If you had to make a GUI app on Windows, what would you use? What kind of GUI app are we talking about? How serious are you about it? Like, what kind of GUI app is it, and how serious are you about it? Like, throwaway GUI for something that just it's easier to have a GUI for. This is like one end of the spectrum. Opposite end of the spectrum, you need to make a, I don't know, some serious video editing application where obviously the GUI has to be impeccable. Fill in some data, save it somewhere. Well, there's this. There's this. DVUI, immediate Zig GUI for apps and games. This is one. Let's see if it supports Windows. It should, but let's double check. I think they don't say it explicitly, but I would imagine this is as multi-platform as it gets. In any case, the VUI from David Vanderson might be interesting. Actually, maybe it's pronounced Vanderson. I don't know, but you get the idea. But it gotta be stable. Well, the idea in any case lately is that it is recommended to stick to stable Zig if you're making a project, and so you shouldn't expect to get breakages every other day. And when it's time to upgrade Zig, then maybe you will have some breaking changes, but that's it. Okay, so now we depend on assets. I'm curious to see one thing. Does write file, so does build.write file files directories? The elements here are pointers because we need stable pointers for the generated file field. Yeah, I feel like this is not interesting for us. Okay. I think this interface is not okay. But we cannot fix this now. Okay. So now the website, the development server cares about assets. Now what we need to do is being able to do site.assets and access those assets. So let's imagine that here we have foo.txt. Actually, let's make it foo.ziggy. We have a Ziggy file. Okay, we have a Ziggy file in there. So now, okay. Now we go in context and to assets. Okay, on assets, you do file. That gives you a file. So we need to make file work. This creates an asset like this. The problem with assets is that it needs a fetcher. Is the fetcher equal the same thing as this one? Host function, assets index their path, depth writer calls the host function. Yeah, I think we can make this thing more generic. So, host function Zing mentioned in Soding's latest YouTube video, hilarious. Oh god. Does it even need a CTX? It doesn't, right? Because we can do field parent pointer. Okay, it's time to learn how to do field parent pointer. Get name. F fetcher. Okay, I think it's time now for me to learn how to do this in a proper way. I don't even think we need a fetcher. I think we just need an underscore function pointer that we default set to something that poops itself. It makes me feel good when you, the expert in my AI, says it's time to learn field parent pointer. I mean, I know how field parent pointer works generally. It's just that I haven't used it in a long time, so I'm now blanking a little bit on the details. So I think I can do this. I think I don't need a fetcher really. Okay, let's do this. No, just that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a pointer to what? So const function that accepts an allocator returns a value. Fetcher, I think, doesn't exist anymore. No, it needs to accept also a name. I think I can figure it out on my own. I just need just a little bit of trial and error, just a little bit. So we call host fn. This is host fn. We have a signature for it written down, but I mean, no, there's not even a point. We set it by default to uninitialized. And you know what? Maybe we can make uninitialized private. That's not a bad idea. Okay, now in layout, build doesn't have a fetcher with these things. Okay, now things become more complicated. So basically, I need. So what I need is a function that can do this. So let's say that this is the new function. I don't know if the context is correct, but this is a new function, and now I need access to these things. So I need a struct, a parent struct, where this function is placed into as a field. So let's see. I can do this. I can do var ctx equals, well, there's another ctx outside, so this is going to be like no, I want to do it myself now. Now it's a matter of principle. I want to rediscover everything myself. I also know that there are blog posts that they talk about how to make field parent pointer work, but I'm purposely waiting before reaching out to that because I want to reason the thing myself. So this is going to be struct something, like an instance of a struct. Maybe we can do it like this. This struct needs to contain a field, I think. More than one field. It needs to contain all the stuff that we need. So it needs to contain depth writer. Well, and then it needs to contain host function. So we need also this function. And then we need, when we set it, we need to do .host function. Oh, thank you. Equals an implementation that we have somewhere. And this implementation can be a top level implementation. It doesn't have to be nested. So like this host function, match around type, match around function. So we put it here. What did we do wrong? What did we steal that makes this thing not even... line. We did something bad. I guess we left some syntax in between. Yeah. Okay. Host function is gonna be host function, and we can give it a better name. So this is gonna be something like build asset. Fetch build asset, and then this becomes fetch build asset. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere, which means that this struct also probably should be struct defined outside. So const build asset fetcher is a struct that also has this function defined in it. I think we're in business now. You can just call it fetch. Step writer assets index their path, and then host fn host fn. It's a constant pointer to a function that has an allocator and a string, returns a context value, and by default that's just fetch. Now, how does fetch know how to retrieve the build asset fetcher instance? Field parent pointer. Is it field parent ptr? Yeah. Field name host fn. Maybe we should call it just fetch fn. Fetch fn. Given a pointer to a field, returns the base pointer of a struct. Well, that would be us. Fuck, we don't do field parent pointer in here? Where the fuck do we do field parent pointer? It's in here that we should do field parent pointer, right? How do I get a pointer to myself? I guess I accept it as an argument. I have to, obviously, because this function itself doesn't have a pointer to itself. And more precisely, it doesn't just want a pointer to itself. It wants a pointer to this field. Wait, does this even need to be? This can actually be this. No, this makes asset fetcher a comp time only type, I think. God damn it. This is kind of fun anticipating when you see the missing piece. Wait, you know who uses field parent pointer? Step. Right? Okay, field parent pointer. Function that accepts a step. Okay, so I need an interface. I need a struct interface. I need a struct interface, which cannot be just the naked function. Fuck. I'm so close. I'm so close, but not quite there. Let's say that there's a struct host. I don't know, just a host. So the host contains what then? Host contains a pointer to self. Oh, I think we're there. Like host extern, whatever. Let's call it host extern. And that pointer is what? It's a pointer to the implementation. And then a pointer to a function? Do these things really work this way? I mean, I need both a pointer to the implementation and a point to the function, and a pointer to the thing itself. The two could be kinda one and the same, right? Like one is like if I pass around a pointer to this field, if I dereference it, I access the function. And if I keep it as is, I know what the struct is. So kind of like a pointer to a pointer allows me to not have both. Also, if I have the context pointer, then what is the point? Where do you use field parent pointer? You don't need field parent pointer. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, let me think. But that's kind of how it has to be, right? Because you need a struct that whatever it has in here, it needs to have like a public, like an interface, like a function call. Let's say that it returns void for now. And in here, maybe in here you do the field parent pointer. Do you? No, because this doesn't know about the. This does not know about the concrete implementation. It's the specific fetch function that knows. So this needs to have a fetch function. I'm simplifying the interfaces right now as I'm experimenting. And then the context? Hmm. No, this seems wrong because while this probably works, then if you have a pointer to the goddamn full implementation, you don't need a pointer. Then you don't need a pointer to the. Sorry, then you don't need field parent pointer. So I think this needs to be like this. I think it has to be a pointer to a pointer, right? And then you dereference it once. and you pass to it. Okay, let me put this into some kind of signature, because otherwise I'm gonna go insane. Okay, that's kind of how it has to be, right? Okay, so what is wrong in this? Field parent pointer must have a known result type. Yes. Okay. Not right, but closer. Fuck. Why not right? You create an instance of this dude. What's missing is, oh fuck. I think we might be getting closer. What we're missing is its interface. Its interface, right? So pub function host extern. Okay, this needs to be able to return the interface. We're getting closer. We're getting fucking closer. Okay. No. No, that's not what we want. We don't want a function that returns the interface. The interface, it's the interface that is embedded in the struct. The interface is embedded in the struct. The interface is embedded in the fucking struct. And that's what we pass around as a pointer. So what's in this thing? Nothing. There's a public function interface that accepts self as a pointer, and that does field parent pointer. Okay, we're getting there. We're cooking. Holy shit, we're cooking. This guy accepts itself as a pointer, and then it does. No, actually, what does it do? Because we don't. Wait. Here, wait. The interface. The interface cannot know about the concrete implementation directly. It needs to know about the concrete implementation through a pointer. Yeah, it needs fields, doesn't it? But the point is, so I guess it has a pointer to the interface. Sorry, to the function. So I guess what I was doing earlier. So what I was doing earlier with a pointer to a pointer was kinda like a very compressed version of the same principle, right? Like instead of saving the interface, like in a sense, my interface was a pointer to a host extern. Like the what I was doing earlier with the pointer or pointer, I think that was the same thing, just more convoluted. Because then you save the fetch function, and that's fine. Then at a point you can do he dot fetch fn. A pointer to pointer might work. No, well, I'm gonna go for the normal stuff. But I think it's pretty much the same principle at this point. Like because we were like the point is the key insight is right. No matter what we do, what we need to pass around is a pointer to the struct field. And so the pointer can contain either the function pointer directly or through another struct, but not much changes, right? It's kind of the same thing. In any case, we do fetch function and we pass he. And then whatever other argument we need to pass around. You need a pointer that guarantees that it has all the data around it. Yeah, a pointer to a field. So if you store in that field, like if you think about it, I'm kind of like, you see how we're wrapping this function pointer in a struct, right? If instead of wrapping it in a struct, we were to put it here naked, then we would need to pass around a pointer to this thing and it would work. Which is kind of what we're doing here. It's just there's one extra layer of indirection with this system, but the concept is the same. So we pass a pointer to the interface, GPA, the ref, and then we return this. So this is my interface. My interface, basically once you remove the, so here the syntax is weird because I'm doing he dot and then he again, but for callers it's gonna be, they do call on the interface and then they can pass down these two values and then we're good. Nice. Okay. Oof. So I'm gonna delete this because I think that it should that type, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna not exactly delete it, but I'm gonna cut these things because I think that these interfaces should be defined in context. So here have assets, asset, and co. Here we should have the types, these types. Actually, host FN, is it even needed as a proper signature? I don't know. Oh, well. Okay, so this is a host extern. So now in const build, instead of having a function, we have a host extern, which by default is initialized with uninitialized. Yeah, so basically we're saying, because there are going to be, the reason why I'm doing this is because there are going to be contexts where it is correct to leave this thing uninitialized, because we are just, it's a long story, but like it's fine, it's correct to leave this stuff uninitialized. And we also have some safety. So like if we do it wrong and try to access it, it's going to panic and tell us that we did something wrong. And so the way it works now is that we do host ext dot call. So we call the host external function. Oh, I think this is fetch function. I don't remember how I called it. Fetch a fan. I mean, yeah, it's about fetching stuff. Okay, so host extern, and this is going to be fetch function. Super.host. So this is going to be the interface instead. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing that I was doing with the pointer to a pointer. Okay. So this means that the build asset fetcher wants a writer, wants assets, wants a host extern. Can we initialize it automatically? Yeah, we can. We should. Okay, so then if we go back to what we were touching earlier. So now we can do this. My previous issue was label location. Shouldn't normal pointer duplicate to optional pointers for assignment? Expect the type pointer to optional something. Shouldn't normal pointers duplicate to optional pointers? Oh. I think the problem in general is that Zig is going to do what you describe at the top level, but it usually doesn't go recursively down. So like if you have a coercion that would be fine, but it's like, not at the top level, but somewhere deeper, then you will not get automatic coercion, even though, it would be allowable. I think the problem is not really the semantics. Like I would agree that this obviously should be able to become the other thing. The problem is, I think the logic in the type system to make things match when you need to go down and explore like sub-expressions might be complicated. So, or rather, it's not implemented. I think that's a fact. And I don't know how hard it would be to implement it. Like there might be some, what's it called? some problematic corner cases where you kind of I don't know how complicated, like the big O notation of the algorithm, what that would be. So yeah, I've encountered also in the past similar situations. You just gotta do it manually. Typewriter assets in. Okay, with this we have the build assets fetcher, and now we can do ctx dot build dot underscore host ext equals build and pointer to build dot host ext. And with this, we send down the interface. How the fuck did we call that field? Host extern. Okay. Okay, so we should have fixed it now. So like what we did now should be equivalent to what we had earlier. So in theory, we should build. We're not gonna build, but we can start working towards building. That's certainly something that we can do. Root structure file root has no memory called host extern. Oh yeah, that's fair. I think we should put these under utils. Wait, no. But this is not from super. This is from context. What's the problem, man? Extracted type, const function, allocator const 8, returns value. There you go. Expected type host extern found pointer. There. That's the one level of indirection that we were missing. Yeah. Const pointer. External field should not be pointer. Well, it should not be pointer in the implementation. I agree. I made it pointer. Right. Oops. But it should be a pointer in here. Const build. This guy instead should be a pointer. So I did the thing just in the wrong type. Okay, what's the problem now? Expected type const function, const blah, blah, blah. There we go. Expected type context host extern. No, dude. I'm saying, what do you mean? I'm saying that this is a pointer. Constant pointer. Why is this not picking up my thing? Wait. Oh, I forgot to update correctly the other one. There we go. Okay, no need for ext. Yeah. Then a pointer const extern. Oh, because of the const qualifier stuff. No, I think it's fine because I don't mutate anything. So I can change my what I expect to get. This is fine. Like, I'm going to use the writer, but it's an interface. I don't mutate it. I'm going to use this. The day that I need to mutate it, then, yeah, we'll think about it. Yeah. Okay, so now we work. I guess we can test this. So we say... We're saying something spooky. The problem is that we keep saying something spooky. This is not good. So the problem right now is that we are oh wait, do we even do the right thing in the template? Yeah. Okay, the problem is that right now we only have assets wired in the build script, and we need to restart the server whenever we change the build script. So this is one problem. Are we again having the problem where we need to run build without serve for it to actually do something interesting? For it to actually do what it needs to do? No, we still say something spooky. Okay, let's do some logging here, right? So what logging are we doing? We're doing layout logging. So let's log layout. And probably we shouldn't do serve. Just log layout normally. we do show the calling to fetcher. Oh fuck! This is still searching for build time. That's why it's broken. Yeah. Not build time anymore. We changed it. Where is it? Where's the build time? Okay. That's why we regress that hard. I think we can do serve now. So now we say So we change this to say hi Johnny. We save it. We restart the web server because we need to rerun the build script. Oh no, we don't say hi Johnny. Oh, that's a problem. What if we run again? Okay, I think that the serve step has something wrong. This is amazing, by the way, what we are experiencing, but I won't go into detail with that now. Okay, so now it says hi Johnny. So the problem is that the website, the server doesn't trigger a rebuild as it should. The server step. That's kind of weird. In any case, okay. So this is problematic to test because we have like this corner case of this being a kind of asset that we have in the build script. Let's do the other thing. Let's do normal assets. So normal assets. So this is great, by the way. This is really great. So this allows me to create a build assets fetcher, and next we're gonna create a new asset fetcher for the other guys. So we're gonna do basically something like this. Instead of build asset fetchers, this is gonna be just assets. It's gonna be assets fetcher. You know what? Maybe this can be renamed in build asset fetcher. And then this is gonna be a normal asset fetcher. An asset fetcher doesn't need an assets index. It just needs assets dir path. It needs a depth writer, yes. You should also make them speak for themselves. Build asset fetcher. Asset fetcher. Open assets dir path. Read file alloc. No. Actually, this guy doesn't do any of this, maybe. You should check that the file exists, maybe. Or not. Yeah, I should check that the file exists. It should error out there instead of when we try to read it, maybe. It's fine. So we don't do any of this. We just say that we depend on assets dir path /file. This is brittle as fuck as I wrote it now. Yeah, we need to make a path for it in any case, so let's just do it. There we go. Try to get the variant that doesn't use an interface, but just a pointer to a function pointer to work, and now my head hurts. Why? You know what I think makes the trick? Creating a type for the function signature. So create a type for pointer star const function blah blah blah. Make it a type, and then you define the thing as a constant pointer to that type, and I think that helps. Man, we're getting Deus Ex, nice. But that function pointer type needs to take as a parameter a pointer to the same function type. Oh yeah, you're right. Let me see if I can do this. Well, I guess that's it, right? Fuck. Maybe that's why people don't do it with just a naked pointer and they put a struct in the middle. Okay, my head is starting to hurt. I'm gonna run away. You were right. I don't know anymore, man. Jesus. Okay, wait. Const host. I might have the solution. Wait, so you're saying that this doesn't work? What if you do this? What if you do this? Well, okay, asset fetcher. Assets their path, we were saying, doesn't fetch anything from there, just returns it as a path, puts a dependency on it. We're good. Cyclic dependency error. Are you sure? The way you say, will you, like, have you actually tried? Because to some degree, something like this has to happen, right? Like, this form of dependency has kind of to be there also if you put abstract in the middle. Okay, so like there's some laziness, there's some evaluation laziness that then works through abstract, but then doesn't work through direct reference. Oh well. I guess my pointer to a function pointer was too big brain for the Zig's type system. Too galaxy brain. Okay. Yeah, or yeah, you just you chicken out and use any opaque. That's fair. Okay, so now we have a normal asset fetcher, and the normal asset fetcher can be given to site dot assets and this guy now needs some of this good shit. And so when you're trying to open a file, we call the excellent thing. Okay, and that gives us an asset that then we can do bytes on. Holy shit, we actually wired it in? Okay, once we fix these problems. Cannot assign to a constant. Okay, let's see. Stringify inner, parse value. Ziggy parser. What happened? Okay, what happened is that we just made a type problematic. That's what happened. Okay, what happened is that previously okay, we need Ziggy options to just not stringify, not do this, not do that to our basically page gets handled by Ziggy as a front matter. I'm starting to think that maybe the front matter should be nested or something, but maybe we should have a fake dot function. Chip viewers. You're a chip viewer. Here's your curse field parent point. Is Prime's create buff 100 even a good idea? Feels really wrong, but works. I don't know. Is he streaming right now and doing this kind of stuff, or I'm obviously not watching. What does create buff do? So animal interface, this is the normal one, right? So where you have an animal interface, contains pointer to the function. Function does field prime pointer to grab the original thing from the interface field. Cursed version. Let's fucking go. Let's see what's the cost of removing the struct type. So make sound, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the interface is just the function. Dog, yeah, dog contains the implementation directly that we put there. We grab make sound as an any opaque. Yeah. Oh god. Yep, sounds about right. Yep, sounds about right. I mean, but ultimately, that's also what's happening in the other case, right? Like, ultimately, that's pretty much the same exact machine code. I don't think that nothing changes, right? It's just tougher for the type system to express. Scratch buff returns a pointer to static memory like ring buffer, but without resizing. Okay, so we were saying that now asset has this stuff, but we want to make it so that asset we want to not serialize asset. I wish we could have something like Ziggy skip. Like Ziggy should have, in my opinion, a Ziggy skip. That would be nice, honestly. Let's go into page. No, it's not page. It is assets that we want to get into. So assets needs to have a Ziggy options section, stringify. When stringifying, the problem is what the fuck do we put in there? Because the field has already been printed out, we can't even omit the field. Like if we had omit, that would be nice, because then we could omit the field altogether. Like if it has a default value and it's an omit type, just skip the thing altogether. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put I guess we can put an empty object there. And then when parsing, must any. Fuck, look, we oh my god, we need to like do all this work. Oh shit, this is so annoying because we need to consume enough tokens. String at you know what we can do? Or maybe we can put an empty string and it's gonna be easier. Must first talk be must any. No, must master. What are my tokens? Invalid dot comma colon. No, please. Are we really getting individual tokens? Like right bracket? Holy shit, we're going down the path of individual tokens, are we? Okay, so first token must be, I guess, a right bracket. And then the next must be a left, sorry. One first must be a left bracket. Second must be a right bracket. I guess that's how we serialize and parse it, and we really don't care about what goes in there. Okay, non-field name assets index their path in layout asset fetcher. Okay, so we solved our serialization problems. That's good. And now this is not going to be assets index their path. This is going to be assets their path. Do we even have that? Do we have assets their path? Oh, we need to be given that. Args 14. Let's go. Yeah, way more tame. The way we initialize this thing is way, way, way more tame. Okay, so now in content, add all steps. Oh man. Okay, so oof. From the top, there's more stuff that we need to do. So layouts, their path, content, their path, output, their path, IATN, file path. So we pass down ML assets their path, which goes under layouts their path. We're passing like half a fucking S. Okay, so we go to add all steps. This is now assets their path. Wait. Here content goes above layout, while in the upper function, content goes below layout? Oh my god, man. Who programmed this shit? Me. Okay, so now we're sending over assets to their path as well. Okay. No field name assets index their path in struct asset fetcher. Oh no. What's wrong with my ass fetcher? Cannot form a union without specifier. Where? Where the heck am I doing this? Cannot format without specifier. There's a specifier here. There's a specifier here. What are you talking about, man? Oh no, they have the Zig 333. Oh no, oh no, there's an FMT error and we're never gonna be able to track it down. God damn it. Oh, I think I know. Okay. This needs to be some try catch something. That's the problem. Can I do catch whom? Oh, let's catch whom. Gotta catch whom all. Man, errors whenever fucking FMT is involved, like that shit is scary. You get an error related to some of these things, like, oh no, well, actually no, this was fair. Actually, never mind. This was a good error. That wasn't me. Okay, we build. Can you explain please, how all these amazing NVim plugins are made from scratch? I don't know, people. Well, give people an editor that out of the box is lacking enough features, plus give them enough entry points to hook into the behavior of the thing and expand it. Add some heat, cover with a lid, leave that cooking for a few years, come back, you will find a ton of extensions in the soup, in your soup. That's for sure. Okay, so not only we can do Hi Johnny now, but we can do more. Now we can do more. In theory. Not only we can do Hi Johnny, but we can also do site, assets, file, put the Ziggy, dot bytes. Right? Yes. What you're seeing there are the contents of my foo.ziggy file. Nice. But what happens if somebody were to be evil and change this bar into, I don't know, something unexpected, and were to save it, would it rebuild? It would. So we have an asset system. We have an asset system. Well, the beginnings of an asset system. We can do assets from the build script. We can do assets from the assets folder. We need to add introspection to the static assets folder. We need to do a ton of refactoring. Every time I look at that code, there's refactoring that needs to be done left and right. We also need to do that at some point. But yeah. So what's missing is static reflection and page-specific assets. Page-specific assets are going to be a huge pain in the ass, like a huge one. So the semantics there are going to be complicated, and we'll need to decide how they work, because they're not going to be as straightforward as the ones here. Nice. So what else do we want to do? Maybe we can do the static assets. We can begin static assets. Have you seen my ZPR yet? Oh shit! I saw that you sent one and then I forgot about it. You know what's also funny? That I have this dashboard, and guess what? I forgot to add Ziggy also to it. So yeah, this is your PR. There you go. I'm having trouble keeping up with all these things. So like I now have this dashboard thing that I need to learn how to use. And sorry, Ziggy was a blind spot there. Yeah, that sounds super good to me. Thank you. So back to the dashboard. And so this is now done. Let's go. Okay, everything seems to be working, and things are improving a lot in the Zine ecosystem. And now that the quality of everything is going up, it's making more clear, like whenever things like polish, and a lot of things like polish. So I think I'm gonna stop the streaming now. I did also way more than what I originally intended, but then I drank a good cup of coffee, and that really got me going. So yeah, assets are coming to Zine. Let's go. And I think that if we do assets and then we do the markdown thing, we'll be like on a good trajectory. The thing is, if we ready for ziglang.org. So the readiness for ziglang.org, I think right now has one blocker, one big blocker. Well, two, let's say. One is the asset system. The asset system needs to be the asset system needs to be good enough to be used with the Zig website. We're close, but not quite there yet. Problem number two, the Zig website is full of custom metaprogramming-ish tags in Markdown files. Like, for example, here, this is the homepage, and the homepage has all these, they're called shortcodes, that basically allow you to inject content into Markdown. And so we don't have those in Zine. And so we need to decide what to do, because there's a ton of this shit everywhere. So we need to find a solution to this. Can you explain asset concept? How is it different from content and statistics and statics? Oh, I can give you a great example from the official Zig website, okay? So the Zig website has content, sure, but it also has in assets, let's say data. It's not the assets folder, but it's like close enough. It has in data releases.json. Releases.json is a JSON file that gets generated by the machine that creates tarballs. So that makes releases of Zig, like unstable releases, like it creates unstable tarballs. And it also generates this JSON file. This JSON file is both used as a static asset, so like it's exposed to people under, what's it? I think it's like ziglang.org/downloads.json, I think, or downloads/index.json, one of the two. But also, we use it to generate the download page programmatically. So if you look at the layout for the downloads page is all basically, it's all metaprogramming of this kind. So it looks, let's see. Blah, 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 release name, blah, 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 blah. Site params. Let me find a part that doesn't have site params. Where the fuck is the JSON being loaded? I'm kind of going insane. Where's the JSON file being loaded? Because we totally use it. I'm having trouble seeing. I would expect it. Shouldn't this be it? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was having trouble seeing it. $site data releases. This grabs. Okay, every time we refer to site data releases, we are referring to a parsed version of that JSON file. It gets loaded as a data structure that you can navigate, and that's how we generate programmatically this page. So, for example, rows is a slice. There's a lot of, by the way, this stuff is like weirdly overcomplicated because the Hugo templating language, it's ass. Like it's pure, unadulterated ass. But the idea is that we collect all the key value pairs from the JSON object into a list of rows, and then we iterate these rows, and we print out the thing. So that JSON file is used internally. Would you need to duplicate file in Zine to be served as asset and static? That I am not sure of. I don't know how I would do it. Probably no. What I would probably do, because we need to add it anyway, is some kind of like asset.install thing, probably. Or something along those lines. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. I found out it's possible for import a med file to point outside of the project if used with symbolic links. Is it intended? No, I would say it's probably more like you're abusing the feature, and how hard or easy it is to plug that hole is unclear to me. So maybe it hasn't been plugged because it's impossible to plug ultimately. I mean, like if you start thinking about hard links, I guess with hard links it's impossible to plug. But with soft links, I don't know. So I would say it squarely falls into abuse land. Whether this is gonna like be plugged sooner or later or whatnot, I don't know. In any case, yeah. So thank you all for hanging out. I think this is my stop. We made some good progress. I think that now by myself, I will do some of the refactoring work necessary to clean things up. We left way too many things in a state of disarray. So thank you everyone for hanging out, and I'll see you next time.